Good morning, everyone, and welcome members of the public. We welcome you to our board meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is April 29th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present, and we also have the Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, the Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms who are all here to assist. Before we begin, we will take a moment of silence in remembrance of Pope Francis. Thank you. We will now begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Today's invocation will be led by Reverend Matthew Harbison, Lawndale Wesleyan Church from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Christopher C.J. Manning, E4 Corporal Engineer Equipment Electrical Technician Specialist, United States Marine Corps from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you for having me today, and on behalf of the Lawndale Wesleyan Church, I say welcome to the members of the public, but I also have two other churches that meet in my building, Fuente de Agua Viva de Lawndale and Buenvenidos, and for the members of the Wesley Methodist of Lawndale, Ghana, we say Akwaba. Gracious God, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in this wonderful establishment with this wonderful city. We ask that as we go forth and we look at business, as we look at opportunities for justice, as we look for opportunities of democracy, we approach this respectfully. We thank you that there are people who are here today on these streets that are serving the community. We thank you that there are people who are in this hall today who have been elected to do the will of the people, and we ask that you give them wisdom and guidance and strength. May those who are out doing the things that they need to do receive grace, and may your blessing be upon this place. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart, and if you are a veteran, you may render a hand salute, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, colleagues. It's good to see everybody back from our spring break, and good morning, Los Angeles. I hope that you'll all join me in welcoming and thanking Pastor Matthew Harbison from Lawndale Wesleyan Church to today's board meeting. He's been involved in ministry since 1984, when his father, the Reverend Michael Harbison, was elected to serve as pastor of the Lawndale Wesleyan Church. Though he initially aspired to become a middle school principal, Pastor Matthew felt a deeper calling and was ordained into the Wesleyan Church in 2005, where he served as assistant pastor until his father's retirement in 2021, which then promoted him to lead pastor. Pastor Matthew is guided by a strong sense of purpose and the trust of a community that he has grown to care for deeply. As a child, he was exposed to people from all walks of life, which developed his integrity, attitude of godly service, and eyes to see the needs of hurting people. He's an active member of the Hawthorne-Lawndale Ministerial Alliance, regularly participated in community outreach initiatives and prayer gatherings alongside local leaders. He also serves on the Denominational District Board of Ministerial Development, where he interviews and mentors aspiring pastors as they prepare for their ordination exams. Pastor Matthew has served as a missionary, building churches in Mexico as well as Christian band to South Africa a few years after apartheid ended. He has an associate's degree from El Camino College, a bachelor's in liberal arts from Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. Go ahead, go Toros. You can throw the go Toro. There you go. Fabulous. That's amazing. Perfect timing. And a master's in pastoral studies from Azusa Pacific University. He is happily married to his high school sweetheart, Erica, who is a teacher and is the city clerk for the city of Lawndale. They are deeply committed to serving their community and staying active through sports. In addition to his pastoral duties, he volunteers as a coach for youth volleyball, softball, and soccer, and enjoys expressing his creativity through intricate Lego construction. Go ahead with your bad self, Pastor Matthew. Please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your commitment to not only the residents of Lawndale, but LA County as a whole, and for giving us today's invocation. We appreciate you. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
And now we'll recognize Supervisor Hahn to provide recognition for CJ.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of our 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, who is on her way here, I want to take the opportunity to thank United States Marine Corps E4 Corporal Engineering Equipment Electrical Technician Specialist Christopher C.J. Banning for leading us in the pledge today. Let's give him another round of applause. While serving in the Marine Corps, CJ received many decorations, including a Certificate of Appreciation, the Global War on Terror Service Medal, 2 letters of appreciation, the Marine Good Conduct Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, and the Expert Rifle Badge. CJ is currently a member of the county family and serves as a veteran intern with our Department of Mental Health, Veteran, and Military Family Services. In this position, CJ serves as a community health worker, providing systems navigation, including outreach, and linkage to supportive services to at-risk and impacted veterans and their families. Not only does CJ help veterans to navigate the many supportive services available, but he also participates in veteran engagement events and assists in the development and the evaluation of veteran and military family-focused programs. In his spare time, CJ enjoys photography, volunteering with Team Rubicon, and serving as a referee for Vex Robotics. Thank you, CJ, for all the work that you do for our veteran community. And I know Supervisor Horvath is proud to have you as a 3rd District resident. Please accept this certificate from the county.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. We will now move on to scroll presentations, and Supervisor Hahn, you will begin with a presentation to Delta Airlines in honor of their 100th anniversary, as arranged by Supervisor Hahn.
fill both sides of the stage. Come sit.
Up here for the video too?
Yeah, why not? I wanted you to figure. It was only 10 minutes. I wanted you guys up here the whole time.
There you go. Be proud, Mama.
Right.
Why not?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And today I'm so pleased to honor Delta Airlines on their centennial anniversary. And today I'm joined up here by Scott Santoro, Vice President, Los Angeles and Sales West, Tyler Knutson, Chief Pilot, David Harrell, Chief Pilot, Christine Mejia, Customer Service Agent, Philip Stevens, Aircraft Load Agent, Eric Walker, General Manager, Delta Cargo, Freddie Molina Burgos, Cargo Agent, Josephine Laoaki, Cargo Agent, Charles Herrera Quintero, Delta Corporate Real Estate, Alexa Levy, Brand Partnerships, Dana Debble, Managing Director, State and Local Government Affairs, Danny Bonilla, Flight Attendant, Leslie Leaf, Flight Attendant Extraordinaire, and my daughter, Katie Yates, also a flight attendant. And before we continue with the presentation, we have a quick Delta anniversary video that we will all watch.
We've come a long way. For 100 years, we've pushed the boundaries of what makes an airline great. But what's more important is where we're going next. Beyond the horizon, toward endless possibilities, always working together to reimagine what it means to fly, to reach new heights around the world and here at home, and continuously build a culture that lives and breathes like no other. That pushes each of us to discover our best selves and to build something even bigger. Because it takes all of us to soar. This is the spirit that got us to where we are today, that's illuminated our path since 1925, and will carry us forward for another 100 years to come. The future is ours for the taking, because we'll never stop climbing.
Thank you. And I love Viola Davis is the spokeswoman. That's fantastic. So for a little history, on March 2nd, 2025, Delta Airlines turned 100 years old, becoming the first U.S. airline to reach such a milestone. Delta was founded when Huff Dayland Dusters was incorporated. The company's purpose included the carrying of goods and passengers, aerial surveys, advertising, and agricultural uses. The airline's first flights took off 4 years later as Delta Air Service. Today, Delta maintains a team of 100,000 people, over 5,000 right here in Los Angeles alone, delivering a world-class customer experience on over 4,000 daily flights, and they are LAX largest passenger carrier by volume. I'm so happy that my daughter could be here today as part of the celebration. She, probably like many others, have worked in various capacities for Delta. As a ready reserve, she was at the ticket counter, she was in the Sky Club, now as a flight attendant, and as an international purser and a member of the peer support team. And just last year, I had the honor of witnessing Katie to be inducted into the Delta Chairman's Club, which is the highest honor a Delta employee can receive. As part of this honor, her name appears inside one of the Delta's planes for a year. I would love to fly in that plane. And I know Leslie was also inducted in the Chairman's Club. I don't know if anybody else here has been. Delta and their team are known for giving back to different communities across our country. In 2024, Delta employees and customers raised $18 million for major fundraisers, including American Heart Association, Breast Cancer Research Foundation, United Way, and for the American Cancer Society. They raised $1.4 million at their annual Delta Jet Drag, where Delta team members literally pull a plane as far as they can. And for the last 3 years, I know my daughter Katie has participated in a polar plunge in the icy cold Minnesota that raises money for Special Olympics of Minnesota. Last December, Delta built a brand new playground right here at Trader Park in the city of Bell. I stopped by to say hello and thank so many of the Army of volunteers who helped beautify this park. And I know the city, and most importantly, the children, appreciate having a new playground to enjoy. And when the devastating wildfires raged across our region earlier this year, Delta provided $1 million toward relief efforts in the greater Los Angeles area. Delta has so much to be proud of, and they are the official airline of Team USA for the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics. And I had such an honor being on the Delta flight from Paris when we brought back the Olympic flag to Los Angeles. This recognition from the County of Los Angeles is not just about the legacy of Delta, it is about the Delta employees who have made this company everything it is and who will continue to do amazing work. And now I'd like to invite Scott Santora to say a few words.
Thank you. Well, Supervisor Hahn, thank you so much. Thanks to the Board of Supervisors behind me. You have pretty much covered my entire talking point. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to leave you with a couple points. 100 years, we are so proud to be here. 99 years in Los Angeles. 99 years. So we look forward to coming back next year and getting a 100-year for Los Angeles award. That would be fantastic. Thank you to your daughter. Thank you to all the employees that we have here. On behalf of our 100,000 employees around the world, with our 100 years of service, serving you, serving Angelinos, and continuing to serve all of our customers, I just want to thank you. Dana DeBell and I work extremely hard to make sure that we're giving everything back to the city of Los Angeles with the employees behind me and their brethren and sisters around the city, with 5,000 of them here. Thank you. It's been an amazing day. And another important milestone that we hit today, and I'm sure we're all smiling, the employees behind me also got a 4% raise today, which is huge. Yes, exactly. Well, we're proud of it. So, but thank you so much, Supervisor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott. Don't say that. That's what the protest is outside. Is they're not getting 4%. So I wouldn't have mentioned that if I were you. So thank you so much. And on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, I want to present this official proclamation to Delta Airlines, and it has many, many whereases. I'm not going to read them all, but it's signed by all 5 supervisors, and we wanted to congratulate you and mark this very special milestone in the history of Delta Airlines. Congratulations. Oh, okay. 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 Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you so much.
And then if you guys can go upstairs for a little bit. Yeah, that was great. I know. Let her have as many as she wants. She's the chairman of the board.
Yes, that's so funny. Okay.
Orders?
All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. You can come on up. Come on up. Well, good morning. This morning, I am honored to recognize the rich legacy and immense contributions of the Armenian American community in Los Angeles County. Each April, we pay tribute to the history, strength, and resilience of the Armenian people. This April marks 110 years since the Armenian genocide took the lives of 1.5 million innocent Armenians, and we are proud to recognize Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day last week. Our board also declared April as Armenian History Month to honor the enduring impact Armenians continue to make both here in Los Angeles County, but throughout the world. Today, it is my privilege to recognize three exceptional leaders whose work is a testament to their enduring spirit. My 2025 5th District honorees are Dr. Garni Barakodarian.
Very nice.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Frida Jordan and Baha Kartapedian. First, I would like to showcase Dr. Garni Barakodarian's contributions to the county. Garni is a trailblazer in medicine and a steadfast advocate for the Armenian American community. He serves as Chief of Neurosurgery at Providence St. John's Health Center, Director of Neuroscience at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center, and Associate Professor at the Pacific Neuroscience Institute. With expertise in minimally invasive brain and pituitary tumor surgery, he has improved outcomes and recovery for countless patients. He also leads research focused on improving surgical outcomes and developing biomarkers for complex brain tumors. And as a mentor and educator, he is training the next generation of neurosurgeons through his work at the PNI Multidisciplinary Neuroanatomy and Surgical Skills Lab. That is a lot of tough words. Beyond his surgical contributions, Garni has been a driving force in Armenian medical and nonprofit communities. He currently serves as president of the Armenian American Medical Society and previously led the Armenian International Medical Fund during his residency. He coordinated critical support to Armenia during the pandemic and the 44-day war, including medical equipment and collaborative relief efforts like the Oxygen Generator Project, and thank you for that. He also plays a national role in a neurosurgical education as part of Congress of Neurological Surgeons, where he has chaired major initiatives, led education efforts, and served as a scientific program chair for the 2023 and 2024 annual meetings. Garni's commitment to medicine and community service embody the highest ideals of Armenian American leadership. Let's give him a big round of applause. Now I'd like to highlight the extraordinary contributions of Dr. Frida Jordan and her lasting impact on LA County and the global Armenian community. Dr. Jordan is the director of the DNA Molecular Typing Division of Foundation Laboratory in Pomona. She previously served as associate director of the Immunogenetics and Transplantation Lab at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Holding a PhD in biochemistry from King's College in London, Dr. Jordan has become a global leader in immunogenetics and transplantation, is that right? Transplantation science. As a co-founder and president of the Armenian Bone Marrow Donor Registry, She has spearheaded efforts to connect patients suffering from blood-related illnesses while life-saving stem cell transplants. Under her leadership, the registry has expanded to 42 countries. She's recruited more than 35,000 donors and facilitated 44 successful transplants, serving Armenian and non-Armenian patients alike. Most recently, under her guidance, the ABMDR conducted landmark COVID-19 research, published in Frontiers in Immunology, and expanded its service to include reference testing for kidney transplants, further solidifying its role as a regional center for innovation in healthcare. In Armenia, Dr. Jordan established the country's first HLA typing lab and stem cell harvesting center, which not only performed the nation's first auto transplantation, but also launched a cord blood banking program and became a cutting-edge hub for medical research. Beyond her medical achievements, Dr. Jordan has been a champion of education and international collaboration, raising Armenia's profile in the field of immunogenics and stem cell research. It truly is my privilege to present this scroll to Dr. Frida Jordan, a trailblazer whose commitment to science and service has saved lives and strengthened communities across the globe. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, I am proud to recognize Vaha Karapetian, whose journey is nothing short of extraordinary. A child of genocide survivors, Vahe immigrated from Lebanon to Armenia, then ultimately to the United States, where he revolutionized the catering truck industry. In 1971, he engineered the first mass-producible catering truck, transforming what was once a simple lunch wagon into the modern mobile kitchen we know today. His innovations laid the foundation for an entire industry, now integral to cities like Los Angeles, where food trucks are a cultural staple. Beyond his business success, Vahe has been a tireless philanthropist for more than 4 decades. He played a pivotal role in the construction of St. Garabed Church and its cultural center in the heart of Little Armenia. He is also one of the founding members who helped establish the Armenian Studies Chair at UCLA. He later contributed to the creation of the Vahe Karapetian Family Endowment Fund at USC, supporting research and education focused on Armenian history, language, and culture. Most recently, he refurbished a step van for USC quarterback Anthony Mo Hasan to use for his nonprofit Second Spoon, which serves meals to people experiencing homelessness across Los Angeles County. In Armenia and Artsakh, his impact has been equally profound. Through his support of the Hayastan All-Armenian Fund, he has created critical lifelines that connect remote communities to the rest of the region by building and maintaining major highways, ensuring safe passage for civilians, and supporting economic development. He also funded initiatives like the Voices of Artsakh Children's Choir, giving young people from war-torn areas the opportunity to travel abroad and share their cultural heritage through music. Mr. Karapetian's projects all reflect a vision of unity, empowerment for Armenians everywhere. It is with great honor and admiration that I present this proclamation to you, a beacon of innovation, philanthropy, and unwavering commitment to the community and culture of our wonderful, wonderful Armenians. Let's give him a round of applause. And let me just say, you know, when I was first elected, we recognized that the genocide, horrific, never should be forgotten. That's why it's important for us to continue to raise money for the Armenian Museum so that we can teach people about the history so that we don't repeat it. But it's also important to recognize the incredible contributions that you all have provided, the countless lives that you've saved, the people that you are training for the next generation. I cannot thank you enough, but I think it's important for us to recognize the resilience and strength of the Armenian people who contribute so much to us here, and let us not forget the genocide that took place and what is happening today in Armenia. Let us all fight to be a voice for those that have no voice right now. So with that, let's give them another round of applause. Yeah, you want to get a picture over here? You want to see? Yeah.
Thank you very much. All these beautiful words, and I appreciate it for this honor. First, I have to appreciate United States Constitution, and United States give us opportunities, all of us, A to Z, giving opportunities to do whatever we can, but doing the best for country and for nation. I appreciate always Constitution, and I'm always defending for that. I've been all over countries, I lived all over, and I compare every country's constitution, United States is number one. I'm telling you, because I know I live in France, Italy, Lebanon, Soviet Union, and 57 years I am in the United States. And this country is number one from first day I was telling that. I have to take opportunity and tell you, I'm one of the men who's standing over here as Armenian, because American missionaries, 1919, able to take my mother from Turkish family. And my mother became Turks because my family, my mother's family, dying. And my grandfather couldn't do anything. My grandma was dead on the street. And my grandfather put for sale the kids. Turks, they came, give a few food for my grandfather to feed the other kids. And they took my mother. My mother became Turkish, 3-4 years. World War I, nobody could do anything. 1919, war was ended, Turkish government lost, and American missionaries with Armenian missionaries, of course, they have chance and opportunity, take my mother, and I'm here, Armenian, and I appreciate for the United States, they did from beginning to the end for my nation. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm truly honored to receive this significant award, and congratulations to all the awardees today. My colleagues and I are deeply grateful to Supervisor Barger for her continued support of our outreach efforts, and in particular of Walk of Life. Our registry was founded 26 years ago out of critical need to help Armenian cancer patients who, because of their distinct genetic makeup, were unable to find compatible bone marrow donors among world registries. Today, I am immensely proud to say that our global operation serves not only ethnic Armenians, but also non-Armenian patients throughout the world and across the United States. This award is for our patients who are fighting tirelessly and our army of volunteers who are working selflessly to help them navigate through their difficult journey and know that they are not alone. This year, as we commemorate our 110th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, we find both consolation and empowerment in the fact that we continue to save precious lives in honor of the victims of the Armenian genocide. For me, as the president of the organization, the ultimate award is when we find a match donor for a patient and we can save a life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Thank you to LA County for this tremendous award. We are truly humbled, and I thank you all. The Armenian genocide is an important part of our history, and we remember those that have been lost. But really, this has inspired many of us to continue to do tremendous work. And in my 4 decades here in LA County, we've really worked tremendously together within our Armenian community and also with our larger Los Angeles community. For example, I'm part of the Congress of Neurological Surgeons, and we're having our first LA meeting this year in October. But in serving as the president of the Armenian American Medical Society for the past 4 years, we've done a lot, as you mentioned. One of the main things that we do routinely here in LA County is our Glendale Health Festival, where we work to support the underserved populations, both Armenian and of every background, who need help for access to medical care, dental care, vision, et cetera. So we thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to continuing to serve the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis, the floor is yours.
How are you? Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. It's a beautiful day today, and today I'm so happy to be able to honor and recognize a tradition that has stood as a vibrant cornerstone for our community for over 100 years. And guess what I'm talking about? The LA County Fair. Let's hear it for the LA County Fair. For over 103 years, this beloved event has brought people from across our region together to celebrate our culture, our creativity, our art, and community. This year, beginning on May the 2nd through May 26th, we proudly celebrate the fair under the inspiring theme, Art Unleashed. This theme is a powerful reminder of the many forms of art that it can take. Limitless, expressive, and ever-evolving. For the strokes of a paintbrush to the rhythm of live music, the flavors of culinary innovation, and don't forget all the fried foods, and the energy of live performance, art surround us at LA County Fair. And this year, the fair invites all of us not just to observe it, but to engage in it up close and hands-on, in new and exciting ways. This year's fair is especially exciting, and thanks to the involvement of some of our region's most esteemed cultural institutions. For example, LACMA, the Music Center, LA Opera, Center Theater Group, and many, many more, including the LA Phil, I believe. Their participation will transform LA County Fair into more than just a celebration. It will be a dynamic platform of connection, creativity, and cultural exchange. Beginning on May 4th, we'll mark the 19th annual LA County Day at the Fair. This is your day. We encourage everyone to show up if they can. A special occasion for county employees to experience the fair firsthand. So we invite all of you to come. It's a day to explore, to engage, to celebrate, and to share in our public service. And that's what strengthens the county and unites all of us here in the area. Let us come together, let us celebrate, let us unleash the power of art and community at the 103rd Annual LA County Fair. And now I am very pleased to turn it over to a good friend and colleague, Walter Marquez, the president and the CEO of the Fairplex, to share a few words. Please, welcome Walter.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Board of Supervisors. What a pleasure it is to be here in LA County. I stand here representing your Los Angeles County Fair, and it is a privilege for me and the team over at Fairplex to put the county fair together so that we can all just come together and have fun. Come together and just be community. That's what the county fair is all about. That's what we get to do. Yes, we're going to have new rides. We're going to have some deep fried Twinkies and a whole bunch of other crazy food. I've got meatball corn dogs, hot honey ice cream chicken bowl. I mean, how can you not come to a county fair and enjoy those types of foods? By the way, we don't count calories out to county fair, so all is well. We count smiles, and we believe we're going to get a smile on your face. So come and join us May 2nd through the 26th. LACountyFair.com, get your tickets. That's where it's the cheapest way to get your tickets. We also have a food can drive on Thursdays from 12 to 5. Bring 5 cans of food, and you get into your Los Angeles County Fair. Come and join us.
Woo, I love it. I want to thank Walter for joining us today, along with his team, Benny, who's here, and also Thummer. Let's hear it for Thummer. Woohoo! He doesn't look over 100, right? So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'm proud and honored to present this scroll to the Fairplex, a gem in the 1st District, but it's for everybody. And we welcome all of you to please come and enjoy. You know, we're giving competition to other major amusement parks. And you know why? Because LA County rocks. Thank you so much. Okay, Summer. Woo!
Supervisor Mitchell. Come on up. Fine, how about you? Good. Good morning, good morning, good morning again. So good morning again, everyone. I have the absolute honor and privilege today to stand before you to celebrate a truly historic occurrence that happened in the 2nd Supervisorial District for Cal State Dominguez Hills basketball. Give them a round of applause. It's been a year defined by excellence, resilience, and undeniable Toro pride. If I'm not a Toro, can I still do the Toro sign? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. If y'all say I can't, honorary Toro. That's right, I got an honorary degree. That's right, I can't. I am a Toro. Let me throw up my Toro pride. Both the women and men's teams have shown the South Bay what a group of driven, talented young people can accomplish when given the opportunity, support, and a vision for greatness. Let me begin by recognizing their incredible accomplishments off the court. Our men's basketball team earned a cumulative GPA of 3.218, and our women's team followed closely with a GPA of 3.17. These numbers reflect the character, discipline, and commitment of our student athletes, proving once again that Cal State Dominguez Hills' success is achieved on and off the court. Now, what these teams achieved this season on the court was truly remarkable. For the first time in program history, both the men and women's basketball teams were crowned California Collegiate Athletic Association regular season champions, taking home the tournament titles. They secured the Western Region Championship title and advanced all the way to the NCAA Division II National Championship game. Give them a round of applause. Not only is this a milestone for Dominguez Hills, it's also proof of what's possible when hard work meets dedication, when talent meets teamwork, and when leadership meets promise. That's a good, you all should remember those 3 things. Put that in your
in your grad school and your job applications. You all encompass those three things. Let's take a moment to highlight the accomplishments of our women's basketball team. At the center of this dominant run was Nala Williams, who rewrote the record books as the Women's Basketball Coaches Association's National Player of the Year, Division II CCA West Region Player of the Year, and CCAA Player of the Year. Nala leads the nation in steals and the conference in scoring, shooting percentage, three-point percentage, total field goals, and she earned Player of the Week honors 4 times. Come on, y'all. Well, y'all can't do that. Come on. Yes, right? I know I can't. Don't let the height fool you. I could not. In addition, we saw incredible performances from Asia Jordan, who was named CCAA Tournament MVP and earned all region honors, and Christina Jones, who brought immediate impact as CCAA Freshman of the Year. So let's talk a little bit about the leadership behind it all. Coach John Bonner, who was rightfully named CCAA Coach of the Year. Now, let's move on to the men's team, who delivered an outstanding 30-6 season, achieving national recognition, again, through hard work and perseverance. Their journey was led by Jordan Hillstock, our CCAA Defensive Player of the Year, and supported by top talent like Adam Afifi and Jeremy Dent-Smith, both all CCAA first team selections. David Cheatham, who earned a CCAA honorable mention, highlighting the team's depth and high-level performance throughout the season. And again, it's the coaching staff that makes the difference. Steve Becker, named CCAA Coach of the Year for guiding this team to the championship stage with strategy, strength, and inspiration. What we witnessed this season was more than just a series of victories. It was a historic moment for the university as a whole, for college athletics, and the Second District. These exceptional young leaders showed us the true meaning of teamwork, resilience, and community pride as they rose together to achieve greatness on a national stage, on a national televised stage, I might add. Their performance, both athletically and academically, has set a new standard in NCAA Division II basketball. To our student athletes, all of you, our coaching staff, support staff, and fans, to our president, we thank you for an unforgettable season that inspired not only the campus, but our entire community. So congratulations, Toros. I'd like to extend an invitation to, before I do that, let me just read the names of who's here. Please do. Let's do that. People who are in attendance today, please hold your applause to the end. Zay-Ante Boothman, David Cheatham, Jeremy Dent-Smith, Alexander Garcia, Damian Guest Jr., Jordan Hillstock, Adam Afifi, John Thomas Tan, Malia Goldsmith, Tegan Thurman, Milan Tuttle, Steve Becker, John Bonner, and Team Toro, Derek Mims, and David Gamboa. Please give them a round of applause. It gives me great honor to recognize the 11th president of Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, Dr. Thomas A. Parham.
Let me thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, on behalf of the faculty, staff, students, and over 120,000 alumni worldwide for your California State University, Dominguez Hills. We want to thank you for this recognition for these tremendous athletes, students, and young people, along with these coaches, along with the whole support system. I'm reminded in this moment, Supervisor, that of the great words of Langston Hughes. He argued that we should hold fast to dreams, for if they die, life is just a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. At your California State University, Dominguez Hills, in addition to cultivating the intellectual gifts that these young people and coaches represent, in addition to helping to equip them with more facts and data to help them form more cogent and persuasive arguments, in addition to helping to disrupt some of the biases they come into these intellectual spaces with. What we are doing at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills is preventing those wings from breaking and mending those that do. On behalf of all of us at Cal State University Dominguez Hills, our coaching staffs, and all these tremendous athletes and their peers who couldn't be with us today, we thank you for this recognition. We salute you, and we thank you for your tremendous support for your California State University Dominguez Hills.
Absolutely proud to. Give Dr. P a round of applause, please. Let me just say that we're presenting 5 signature scrolls, colleagues, to the women's basketball team and the men's basketball team. And let me just say, we want to also acknowledge your families and your own support systems. To be student athletes is not easy. We get that, and we know that you are only as successful as those who are supporting you in this endeavor. And to Dr. P, I don't know of a college president, truly, who is as committed and as proud of your institution as you are. So thank you so much for what you do every day on behalf of the residents of the 2nd District and your students, and today your student athletes. Give them a round of applause and let's take a picture. Thank you all for coming, and congratulations.
Go Matadors, right?
Toros.
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 What did I say, Matt?
Go,
I don't know where
go Toros.
Okay, I know. Well,
go Toros. And on that note, Mr. Gamboa just reminded the president that I am going to be honored to receive a signed basketball from all the student athletes and the coaching staff. And we will hold it here in the office in a place of honor. Thank you very much. I appreciate you again.
Thank you. Good job. All right. With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
We will begin on page 3, public hearings, items 1 through 5. On item 3, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to May 13th, 2025. On item 4, the Fire Chief requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the posted agenda. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 6, administrative matters, items 6 through 11. On items 6 and 10, Supervisor Horvath requests that these items be held. On item 11, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On page 12, notices of closed session, items CS1 and CS6. On CS4, County Council would like to request that one of the cases under CS4 be continued 1 week to May 6, 2025. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The request for continuance and the item to be referred back through CS6 are before you.
All right, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the items. That will be the order.
We will now hear the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you for that. Today we're going to begin with public comment on items not held by the board, followed by the public hearing items 1, 2, then item 11, 5, and items 6 and 10 will be taken up together, and finishing with general public. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-89 displayed on the screen. Please come down to the front of the board to do so. We will now item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on items 7, 8, 9, and closed session items. Items 1, 2, 5, 6, 10, 11, and general public comment will be taken up later in the meeting. Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Alan Shea. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Roy Humphreys. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for all the good things you do. All supervisors have received the Victor Davis Hanson's video link noting the Democrat Party of Assassins as we acknowledge their assassination of Lincoln, Kennedy.
Sir, can you identify which item you're speaking on? Can you identify which item you're speaking on?
General public comment.
General public comments being held at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Humphreys, that'll be at the end of the board meeting.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next speaker, please.
Eric Prevent, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the County Council for paying such careful attention that you would meddle with a public member who's taking the time to volunteer and give comments. Unbelievable. Listen, we have so many great departments: probation, DCFS, Parks and Rec, the fire department, and the sheriff's department.
Mr. Prevent, what number are you speaking on? What item?
You know, I find it difficult to do that because I prefer to speak inside the bounds of a First Amendment comment. I mean, why do you have to?
All right, you're speaking on public comment at the end of the board meeting.
No, not general public comment on the items. 7, 9. You require me to speak specifically on 7 and 9 right up front.
Yes, please.
Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, continue.
Bear with me for one split second. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Here it is. Okay. Well, thank you. These are both the urgency ordinances. So, yeah, great. So we have a big recovery, and we're trying to ease off on doing what we could describe as
thank you. Next speaker, please.
Quick deals without any. I'm sorry.
Finish your statement.
I do apologize. I heard next speaker. Would you like me to
No, that's fine.
Grab, Mr. Okay. There are no other remote speakers in queue at this time.
Thank you. Now we will go to live. Mr. Shea, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Barger. This is my first time here, and I'm so honored, first and foremost. I'm a resident of Pasadena, former resident of Altadena, and the owner, family owner, of the Little Red Hen restaurant for over 53 years, 3 generations. And I'm here in hopes of seeing true leadership come into play for Altadena. One of the things that brought me here today is, first of all, to see what the process is, to make sure that Altadena gets the attention it definitely needs, because it has not received it. It has not received it. There are people who are homeless. There are people who are asking how can they still have repairs, debris removed from their properties. There are people who want to know.
Thank you.
Mr. Shea, I'll have someone come down and talk to you. Anna, I want my chief of staff to go out and talk to you. Please.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items.
All right, then the motions are before us and moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
So, Madam Chair, these will be for items 7, 8, and 9. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
We will now move on to public hearings. Executive officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Okay. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Item 1 is a hearing on increase to the existing assessment rate for landscaping and lighting Act District 2, Zone 21, Sunset Point in the 5th District for fiscal year 2025-26. Are there any supervisors that wish to speak on this item? All right. Do you have a presentation, Mr. Pastrello?
No report today, Supervisor.
All right. Then with that, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who signed up to speak on this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you'd like to address item number 1, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Sunset Point, is that where it is? And Pastrella is the guy who's overseeing it so that you can count on it being done on time and on budget. And competitive bidding is optional. But I appreciate that the board is moving forward with this kind of a hearing, and I know we've got a couple of hearings today. But I do object to kind of blocking the way we, for example, my district, I'm in supervisorial district number 5, if you can believe it. I believe that's
of McLaren Hall. My first, and I'm one of the plaintiffs on this case. My first introduction to McLaren Hall, I was a newborn baby. And before I left, I was about 3 years old. I had to nurse my own injuries as a toddler, not even understanding what had happened to me. And the only reason that I even brought this case forward, and yes, I'm the person who actually brought it to the attention to a lot of these litigators about this case, because I had asked for this case to be filed about 7 years ago, because my daughter, who is currently in the custody of the Child and Family Services, and she was wrongfully detained from me, she had been molested the same way. I went to change her diaper one time, and she had green discharge coming out of her. This is very personal, but this is something that's very important to be known. The county has not changed any of their policies and how they deal with children. I have not been out of the
Next speaker,
system.
please.
I've not been out of foster care for 15 years.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Go ahead. Welcome. His mic, please. Hold on. We'll turn on your mic. Go ahead.
I'm now a 64-year-old man. I was taken into juvenile hall when I was just 14 years old because my parents couldn't get me out because they were out of the country. I went through hell there. Then I was sent to a archdiocese boys' home where I ran away because the shit was going on there. Excuse my French. Went back to Los Padrinos where everybody knew what was going on with one particular counselor, Warren Pug Winkler. They did nothing about it. They swept it under the rug. 7 years later, he was terminated with his pension. I went on to do almost 30 years in and out of California Youth Authority, the Department of Corrections. I lost every person in my life that I ever loved. So if you want to know who the victims are, we're still here. And there should be accountability. And I would love to help you people stop these cells that have no cameras. The cops can walk in them in the morning, do whatever they want, and walk out.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lisa Schultz, and I'm actually here today to speak as a survivor of the Eaton fire, but I was listening to some of these recommendations, and I can't believe what I'm hearing. We're talking about a corrective action plan for rapists and child abusers, up to and including termination. I would think termination would be the baseline here, right? And of course, the LA County Sheriff's Department can't investigate their own accusations. That's absurd. The reason that people don't report is because nobody trusts the system. And why would they, right? They're not just afraid that their report won't be taken seriously, they're afraid of retribution. So we need to make sure that California criminal laws apply equally here. And this $4 billion settlement, well, now you're on notice that there's a systemic problem. So this $4 billion settlement is the first one, not the last one. And that's why you have no money to deal with anything else in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Thank you. And I want to thank those people that both called in and testified on behalf of not only themselves, but for all the victims that were abused in our care. So with that, Executive Officer, we're going to do this motion on item number 11 before us.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, item 11 is before you.
I'll move it. Supervisor Solis will second it. Would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. And now we're going to continue item number 5 until May 27th. I'll move that, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to have that continued.
Would you like that on common consent?
Excuse me?
Common consent? Or would you, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And then we will take.
You know, can we, for the next meeting, ask that our sound system be checked? Because I'm having even a hard time hearing you when you're talking. It's very muffled.
We will check on that.
Okay, so do we have to take a vote on continuing item number 5?
If there's common consent, we could just move it forward to May 27th.
Yeah, we need to take a vote. Moved by myself, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Please take the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, what item are we going to move on to now, Executive Officer?
We will now move on to item number 6 and 10. However, 6 and 10, the hold on items 6 and 10 have been released, but we still need to take public comment. And
Okay.
we'll also vote on the item.
Go ahead and call those in the public that wish to speak on these items.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up for item 6. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
So if you are
There are
on,
no, excuse me, Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in queue to address the board. One moment, please. I do apologize.
so if you are on the line for items 6 and 10, please dial 1 and 0 to enter the queue.
Judy Matthews, your line is open. You may begin.
So, thank you and good morning to the Board of Supervisors and the public and to Madam Chair Supervisor Barger. On behalf of the Altadena Chamber of Commerce, I write in support of the adoption of urgency ordinance to enable prompt abatement of fire debris from uncleared properties. As outlined in the ordinance, it is essential to clear properties to mitigate the health risks posed by uncontained fire ash and debris to both residents and the broader community that includes our local businesses. We urge the county to proceed with safe and efficient removal of all debris areas, given the potential hazards involved. The current debris presents a significant health risk, and it is crucial for us to prevent further losses to our business community, which relies on public interest for revenue. We thank you for the steps taken to ensure
Next speaker, please.
Altadena of respect.
Patricia McAllister, your line is open. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm calling in regard to the settlement with the juveniles. And I taught in the halls and the camps and LAUSD. And I think this started back in 2011, where all of this assault started, because I remember that one teacher had to take over his class. He had sexually assaulted a sixth grader. But anyway, I was at Kilpatrick. That's a camp. And one of the boys, they tried to tell me about them being assaulted. But one of the aides caught them and then they stopped talking. So I couldn't report it. But anyway, I'm glad they're getting the settlement, and I need the county to check the background of these teachers and the teacher aides to make sure that they don't have a record of being pedophiles. We need to do more to protect our children, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
All right. With that, Executive Officer,
So item 6 is before us?
I'll move it.
Wait, I'm sorry. It looks like someone just came into the queue.
Excuse me?
Someone just came into the public comment queue.
Then call.
So let's call the speaker in, please.
If you have signed up for item 6, please come forward and staff will assist you.
It's on the phone.
It's Eric Previn.
Yeah, I guess you're having some,
Moderator,
yeah.
can we
you
have
hear
the
me?
speaker, please? Yes,
Eric
go ahead.
Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, the idea that we're suddenly having problems with AT&T, I feel terrible for item 6 about the abatement of the fire debris. But the reality is that this is the abatement of the public comments, because you completely big-time me on item 11. And so I'm going to write an article about item 11 because you didn't want to hear it from me directly. And I'm really insulted because I followed this county for a long time, in particular the legal bullshit and the difficulties, and we need mandatory board of supervisor training. Okay, that's what we need, is mandatory board of supervisor training. And this district officer should go to these facilities once a week. We can rotate. But this is unbelievable. I know it's because you wouldn't play. You're playing pretending you're only having a hard time with AT&T. You're having a hard time with the truth. Good luck. Good luck.
I just think that it's a newer building.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
All right, then those will be Go ahead. Were you going to say something? Oh, Executive Officer?
So item 6 is before you. Supervisor, do we have a motion?
I'll move it. Seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Item 6 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
I'm sorry, that would be seconded by Supervisor Horvath because she was a co-author on the motion.
Sure.
Go ahead.
She's not.
Okay, then Supervisor Mitchell.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Yes.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, Executive Officer, what is the next item?
The next item is item 10.
All right, do any of my colleagues want to speak on item number 10?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up for item 10.
All right. Any on the phone?
This is a final reminder for participants on the telephone. If you would like to address item number 10, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
All right, item 10 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, are we returning to item number 1?
Yes, we are.
We will now return to item number 1. Executive Officer, please report on the ballot tabulation results.
Madam Chair and members of the board, after tabulating the ballots, a determination has been made that no majority protest exists against the proposed increase of assessment rates for Landscaping and Lighting Act District 2, Zone 21, Sunset Point, for fiscal year 25-26. As a result, it would be appropriate for the board to adopt the resolution ordering the increase to the existing landscape maintenance assessment for Landscaping and Lighting Act District 2, Zone 21, starting in fiscal year 2025-26.
All right, I will move, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now. Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Don Schmidt, Alan Shea, Jor Hodsty, Javier Garcia, Corina Sechringer, Lisa Schultz, Jessica Cabrera, Jane Polete, L. Schneider, Alexandra Romero, Nerissa Yan, Constantine Anthony, Claudio Bovel. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Don Fanning, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Fanning. I am a member of Eaton Fire Residents United. I'm also a displaced Pasadena resident and the landlord of a 4-unit building in Altadena. After the fires, I fought to get proper testing at my property, which confirmed dangerous levels of lead. Despite reaching out to the health department, the DCBA, legal counsel, Catherine Barger's office, I never received any clear guidance on how to protect my tenants or my own liability, as one of my tenants moved back in after exhausting her ALE. This lack of direction is unacceptable. We need clear policies, resources, and leadership to support safe recovery after wildfires. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Yeah, I wanted to comment about how the county rushing to settle 6,800 allegations, for the record. These have not been 100% confirmed, but I believe the people. I believe they were abused, and it's horrible. But $4 billion, no prosecution, no trial. And meanwhile, the lawyers are going to cash in. And the board calls for more corrective action and paper reforms. Here's my idea that I told it to you earlier. Divide the settlement by 4. Cap the legal fees at 10%. There's no reason for these attorneys for filing this paperwork to get so rich. And reinvest the rest of the money, not in a bureaucracy, but in actually investigating and prosecuting the perpetrator bastards. And mandatory supervisor training, because you can't delegate looking and seeing if it's safe. You have to send one of the kids from the office over there every week, each of you. You don't fix a culture of fear and silence with memos and ring binders. and no more reports. PREA is bullshit. And your own litigation and risk report, you don't even play it out loud. Huel decided, let's just do the receiving file.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kenneth Bowman, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm here as a member of the Eaton Fire Residents United, and I just want to encourage the board to find whatever monies they can to pay for testing, both in standing structures, public and private, as well as the general environment. Those of us who have our houses cleaned, still have houses, are going to be living in an area where we don't know what's in the dust, we don't know what's in the air. That needs to be tested so that we can move forward with data. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Barbie Nussbaum, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I had raised a question earlier regarding agenda item 11. I didn't get an answer, and I do apologize. I'm not familiar with these types. Am I not allowed to get an answer publicly, or does this get addressed offline? And that item question was, are forced abortions being included in this settlement proposal?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jennifer Kennedy, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, board. My name is Jennifer Kennedy. I'm an attorney, a member of Eaton Fire Residents United with a smoke-damaged standing structure. Now, 3 months after the fire, homeowners are still confused, and we need reliable and consistent professional guidance on how to remediate for damage from smoke contamination and also heavy metals. And it appears that people with money are getting advice and help, and low-income people are not getting advice and help. And we need guidance from the county on how to do what we need to do to make our homes safe so we can feel comfortable to return. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kathy Curry, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name's Kathy. I am part of the settlement. I was 10 years old and had my innocence taken from me. I had my whole childhood taken from me. I've had my life taken from me because of what these people did. I mean, and all of the people that are saying these things about, you know, these people that did what they did to them, they were not being taken into consideration. They were being treated, oh, you're just a kid. What you say doesn't matter. And back in the day, you know, everything was hush-hush, everything was secret. Those people need to be accounted. There needs to be accountability for all of this that's going on. I really wish that all of us knew and remembered the names to these people so that they could be punished, because it's just totally insane. And I thank you all for approving.
Next speaker, please.
Anita Gazarian, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'm a member of EFRU, Eaton Fire Residents United, and we have our place of residence was affected by asbestos and lead. This was preliminary testing. We're going to do further testing, and we had California Fair Plan. I feel like the problems and challenges of people with standing structures have been swept under the rug, and the insurance questions have also been swept under the rug. California Fair Plan is not currently paying at all for any kind of testing, remediation, you know, and while testing and remediation are going on, other people's insurance is paying for them to stay somewhere else, but we are not getting paid for that, so we have to pay for that out of pocket. And whereas other insurances pay for testing, remediation, accommodations, and possibly post-testing in some cases, people with CFP get nothing, and so these insurance issues are not being addressed, as well as people who are uninsured
Next speaker,
in that
please.
area.
Gail Barrow, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi. Sorry.
So I am also part of the EFRU, Eaton Fire Residents United. I am a single mom, and I rent in Pasadena in District 2. I'm almost a mile from the nearest fire. My kids and I have been displaced since January 7th, and we're staying in a home which is really tiny. It's a small studio. I'm sharing a bed with my son, and we're paying a lot more than the price of of the original rental in Pasadena. And my landlords have done remediation. It was completed recently, but the results have been horrible. And there are a lot of houses, like they're shown on the EFRU website, that have lead and other contaminants. I cannot afford paying for testing, and my landlords are refusing to do anything.
Thank
They're
you.
making me decide
Next speaker, please.
between.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. All supervisors have received Victor Davis Hansen's video link noting the Democrat Party of assassins as we acknowledge their assassination of Lincoln, Kennedy, and failed attempt on the life of President Donald Trump. We must acknowledge this Democrat Party as the party of perversion and child molesters. The video link on Democrats, no one is above the law, is priceless and can be seen on my YouTube channel. Supervisor Mitchell notes blacks are too inept to get real ID for voting, as Supervisor Solis pleads for Latinos. God bless America. God bless President Donald Trump and protect him from the assassins. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Don Love, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Can you make sure his mic is on, please?
Is it on? Is it working?
There. Okay.
Good morning, Don Schmitz. I was here for item number 5, which has been continued. So all of our supporters, of course, have left, and I was here. I just wanted to touch base with you briefly. I don't want to preempt that hearing, but there's one overarching aspect of all of this that has been going on that I don't believe that the reports that have been given to you by your staff reflect. And that is, my clients have given everything humanly possible to try and address the planning issues which were raised. I hope we have the opportunity to document that to your satisfaction. Essentially, this is boiling down to a cut and dry situation whereupon is the County of Los Angeles going to allow these people to build a home on their legal lot? It's just really quite that simple, and to date, everything that has been conveyed to us by the Department of Regional Planning staff is no. So we'll see you on the 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Shea?
Hi, hi. My name is Alan Shea, and I'm back again. My presence for today is first and foremost to ask this board to acknowledge accountability for the fire in Altadena specifically. I say this again because in my lifetime as an Altadenian, we ask for underground wiring, we ask for preventive measures to be applied to tree trimmings and keeping the various shrubbery clear of electric lines, which were the contributing factor to the Eden Canyon fire. I would also ask that this board agendize a fund in which funds can be set aside for incidental damages that homeowners, as well as tenants and others, are incurring extreme costs, extraordinary costs, without any way to recover.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me today. My name is Narissa Yuan, and I'm a senior completing my culminating action project focused on food insecurity within low-income families and homeless residing in LA County. LA County is facing an undeniable crisis. As of October 2024, about 832,000 households, nearly 1 in 4, experienced food insecurity, which is nearly double the national average. And while food insecurity has long existed here, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and worsened it. Longstanding issues like redlining, disinvestment, and a lack of healthy food access, especially in East and South LA, have deepened the divide. Today, neighborhoods filled with hardworking families and communities of color still struggle to access something as basic as fresh, nutritious food. With this understanding, I created a petition where we propose a simple and powerful solution, establishing a tax incentive program that encourages businesses, including restaurants, food chains, and groceries, to donate their leftover healthy, fresh, nutritious food at the end of each day to local shelters, food banks, and families in need. The priority would be on fresh, balanced meals that nourish, not just fill stomachs. I urge you to consider this proposal seriously.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alex Romero, and I'm from International Polytechnic High School, who has been working on a senior capstone project based on green space. So green space, I believe, is very important to a community because it does bring a lot of equity, and it does help with the environment, reducing more pollution, mitigating heat, and improving a lot of air quality. And it does help with public health, such as physical and mental well-being, by providing areas for exercise, relaxation, and community gatherings. And for the past year, I've been gathering signatures, more than 200 from the LA County residents who believe that green space is an important part to our community, especially in low-income areas. And I want to urge you guys to try to use underutilized areas such as abandoned parking lots so that it not only achieves what my goal, which is increasing it by 5 to 10% over the next decade, but also balancing it out with community needs with housing, power lines, and all of that. So we urge that you take this seriously, and we hope to see change over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, board. My name is Constantine Anthony. I'm currently serving my second term on the Burbank City Council, but today I'm here as an SEIU 2015 member. We know what's happening outside with SEIU 721. I wanted to support negotiating in good faith, but I wanted to come down specifically for the independent contractor expenditures that have seemingly taken jobs away from our union folks at the county. Every jurisdiction does this. They give broad authority to the executive to be able to hire independent contractors for short-term jobs, single-issue positions. What ends up happening is we get comfortable with that, and contracts are renewed, and there's not too much oversight. What I would encourage this body to do is look at what is coming, Measure G. I encourage you to set stronger parameters, timelines, budgets when talking about independent contractors, just so that we have more on paper rather than simply broad discretion. We know things are going to change in a few years, so I encourage you to start now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jane Potel. You all should have received a flyer with the Eaton Fire Residents United map. It is an indoor contaminant map of professionally tested homes still standing, covered in ash and smoke from the Eaton fire. It now counts 142. Residents in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre with standing homes that structurally survived the fire face serious challenges addressing indoor contamination. Many are uninsured or underinsured through the California Fair Plan, which excludes environmental testing or remediation. Others are uninsured or inherited their homes. Renters are especially at risk, and landlords fail to test or clean up properties, and many release contaminated units without disclosure. Without remediation, toxic pollutants persist in this area, especially during hot months when emissions intensify. Contaminated homes or apartment buildings can affect neighborhood properties, leading to recontamination.
Next speaker, please.
If you could put, I mean, it's in writing, if you could submit that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Please begin.
My name is Lisa Schultz. I'm an EFRU member. My wife is the vice president of a healthcare company. I'm an attorney. We have insurance, savings, dual retirement plans, and no kids. We're able to navigate insurance claims, apply for aid, and advocate for ourselves. On paper, we should be fine. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We've accumulated so much debt in the last 4 months that we've had to consider whether we can afford to stay in Pasadena. Last week, we talked to our financial advisor about drawing money out of our retirement. Why? Because our insurance company refuses to honor our policy, and all levels of government refuse to provide adequate assistance. If we, two people who are well positioned to weather this, are struggling, imagine what it's like for other people with fewer resources, less agency. Something is going to give. And when it does, imagine the long-term economic impacts for Altadena and all of the surrounding communities. You cannot afford to ignore us anymore.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Corinna Seringer. I'm a single mom. I'm already 65,000 in the reds due to this Eden fire and absolutely zero help from anywhere. I represent hundreds of homeowners impacted by the fire. Our homes are uninhabitable because they are contaminated. We are burdened with extraordinary financial costs, and we had to become experts in urban wildfire contamination. Comprehensive indoor testing is critical. Testing only for lead and asbestos is grossly inadequate. My car tested positive for cyanide, even after professional cleaning. If it's there, it's in our homes, in our couches, in our beds, in our walls and floors. Insurers refuse to pay the $20,000 it takes per house for a certified industrial hygienist to test for toxins and write abatement protocols. We request immediate funding or insurance mandates for comprehensive indoor testing covering all known urban interface wildfire.
Next speaker, please.
Again, if you can submit in writing so that we have that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm an EFRU member and a renter in Altadena. I've been displaced since the fire due to ash and smoke in my home. My landlord is trying her very best to do the right thing, but her insurance has resisted every step of the way, including denial of testing for heavy metals and full remediation costs. I live 1 block from the burn, but I was not eligible for the household relief grant or the Red Cross based on the CAL FIRE DINS map, even though the deputy fire chief said 6 weeks ago that it was not meant to disqualify anyone for aid. I had to pay thousands out of pocket to confirm that my home contains unsafe levels of lead and fire residue in the air, and now have to perform lead remediation on my own DIY and wait until my house is cleaned properly. Many elderly and vulnerable people don't even have that option. We need official guidelines for testing, resources for remediation, and clarity in language about what constitutes a habitable dwelling. People who are renters in contaminated homes are not lesser victims. Many of us may also lose everything and face lifelong illness from lead and asbestos.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Jessica Cabrera, member of Eden Fire Residents United. As a parent infant mental health professional, I'm alarmed about the invisible threats to our children after the Eden fire. Health authorities confirm there is no safe level of lead in a child's bloodstream. Children are uniquely vulnerable. They play on floors, they put their little hands in their mouths and breathe at faster rates than adults. Even minimal lead exposure causes permanent damage like developmental delays, learning difficulties, and behavioral problems. Other contaminants can lead to cancer, COPD, lung disease, and other risk factors. Post-fire testing shows widespread indoor contamination with many surfaces exceeding EPA hazardous levels. Furthermore, community spaces like schools and parks may also be impacted, raising concerns about children's exposures outside and inside the home. Without comprehensive indoor testing to guide remediation, we're gambling with our children's futures. Supervisors, this isn't just about cleanup. It's about protecting developing brains. Our children deserve environments that know are clean and safe. Remember, children are our future.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Joe Hardesty. I'm a member of the Eaton Fire Residents United. My family is currently displaced from our home very near the Eaton Fire burn line in Altadena. We don't know when it will be safe to return. My wife and I are parents to a beautiful 2-year-old child, and I'm incredibly concerned about his health and safety. There appears to be shocking lack of testing for lead and other hazardous chemicals created by this environmental disaster in the schools, libraries, recreation centers, and parks in and around the Eaton Fire burn zone. Please allocate funds to comprehensively test all public spaces used by children and other vulnerable members of our community. Then, ensure that these test results are used to guide cleanup so that places our children play, learn, and grow are safe now and well into the future. Let's reverse course on this looming and catastrophic health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
29 de abril 2025. Buen día. Soy Javier García Navarro. Manifiesto con humildad y rigor al Honorable Consejo de Supervisores de Los Ángeles, pensando en términos civilizatorios, las siguientes reflexiones.
April 29th, 2025. Good day. My name is Javier
Garcia Navarro, and I manifest with humility in regard to the Honorable Board of Supervisors, the County of Los Angeles, thinking in civil terms, the following reflections.
Inciso A, el recurso del pueblo se regresa al pueblo. Inciso B, el recurso del pueblo es sagrado. Inciso C, por el bien de todos, primero los pobres.
Point A, the resource of the people is returned to the people. Point B, the people's resources is sacred. Point C, for the good of all, first the poor.
Crónica de agenda, honor a quien honor merece. La supervisora Solís y el alcalde Karen Bass construyen 49 casas en Boyle Higgs.
Chronicle of the agenda, honor to whom honor is due. Supervisor Solis and Mayor Karen Bass built 49 homes in Boyle Heights.
Es de mucha importancia el trabajo comunitario de la supervisora Oli Michel para salvar vidas a través de transfusiones de sangre en Lauderdale.
Supervisors Holly Mitchell's community work to save lives through the blood transfusions in Lawndale is of great importance.
Son mis humildes opiniones.
Those are my humble opinions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Claudia Bovell. I'm here for Ms. Mitchell. I need your help. Stocker Boulevard going west to Fairfax. When you take Fairfax to go to the Home Depot in Slauson, Fairfax is a speed zone. I spoke to Mr. Kyle about that December 2024. I have not heard from the gentleman until now. And the reason I'm here is to let Ms. Mitchell know that eventually the speed zone of Fairfax going to Home Depot in Slauson, somebody's going to die. It's just a matter of time. I met Ms. Casey over the phone, and she's been helpful. But Mr. Kyle, last year when I spoke to you, you never got in contact with me, so I'm just here to let Ms. Mitchell know that if you can slow the traffic down somehow, going to the Home Depot on Fairfax, it would be nice. Eventually, I took pictures of so many locations. Eventually, somebody is going to die crossing to go to the park. Just a matter of time. And don't forget, Holy Cross Cemetery is not too far from the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tyrone Owens. I'm from Altadena and the fires. And this message is for Ms. Barger. We need people to come see the devastation. I don't think people understand how bad it is up in Altadena. The houses or blocks are gone. You can see 5 blocks away that you could see nothing. And I think the devastation is not being really looked at as what it is. You know, my whole house went down, 4-bedroom, 2 cars, 23 years of everything in there. And it's not enough. To me, it's not enough. And not just my house. I feel bad for the blocks of other people. We need people to come. We had Trump come see Palisade, but he didn't see Altadena. There's 2 fires, it wasn't just one. And it devastated. It looked like a bomb just sat there and blew the whole town up. We need more people to come out and check us out and just come see what we're facing, what we're going through. It's really horrible up there. It's horrible.
Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for coming down. And I was up there yesterday. I'm up there at least 4 times a week, and in part to remind myself of the horrific damage that this has done on not only structures but people's lives, including you. And to my colleagues, one of the themes you're hearing is about insurance. I have a friend who's fighting with her insurance company, and I've heard this. Some say, was it worse to lose your home or have your home still intact? Because now she's fighting with the insurance company to pay for remediation as it relates to getting back in her home. And she had to hire a private insurance adjuster to work with the insurance adjuster for the insurance company. And the insurance adjuster said that they've never seen anything like this in the way that she is being treated. And so I share your frustration, and I share the frustration on the fact that the FAIR plan is anything but fair. They charge more than what insurance companies charge, and you get 1/3 of the coverage. And many did not know that when they signed up for the FAIR plan, but they had to have insurance because guess what? If you have a mortgage, you have to have insurance. So I hear you loud and clear, and I'm going to ask Public Health once again, because Public Health has done testing regarding lead. and is educated on what needs to be done. But it's obvious to me that there is still a lack of trust and understanding. And I think it's important for us to provide that information. And I brought in a motion to put forward $3 million toward doing testing, which is still not going to be enough. We're working with philanthropy to come up with more. Because too, I think one of the residents who came and talked, when you have a child that's still developing, the impact on their development, we don't know. And parents are afraid. So we will continue to work toward that. I appreciate you coming down. I agree with you. It looks like a war zone up there. But yesterday I was with a woman who has begun the rebuilding process and literally broke ground yesterday. We've got to do a lot more though. And I said we'll not let our guard down. That's one in the right direction, but there's many more to go. Did you have insurance? Yeah. So I'm going to actually try to figure out a way to get our insurance commissioner engaged with the issues, because I'm hearing time and time again that insurance companies are basically wanting to wait out, if you will, the families. Wrong. So we're going to be on top of it, okay? Thank you, and thank you for being down here. All right. Executive Officer?
Madam Chair, that concludes our time for general public comment. We, I believe, have an adjournment.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to read this adjournment on behalf of Supervisor Horvath, and I'm honored to do so. I move that we adjourn today. We adjourn in memory of Pope Francis, a spiritual giant, global moral voice, and the first Pope from the Americas. Pope Francis passed away on April 21st, 2025, at the age of 88. Born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires, Argentina, he was ordained a priest in 1969 and became Archbishop of Buenos Aires in 1998. In 2013, he was elected the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, the first Jesuit Pope, the first from Latin America, and the first to take the name Francis, inspired by Saint Francis of Assisi and his devotion to peace, humility, and care for the poor. He is the first pontiff in more than a century to be buried outside of the Vatican at the Basilica di Santa Maria Maggiore, the first church dedicated to the devotion of our Holy Mother. Pope Francis led the Catholic Church with a message rooted in mercy, justice, and inclusivity. He emphasized economic equity, environmental stewardship, and compassion for migrants, refugees, and the marginalized. His encyclical Laudato Si called the world to moral action on climate change, and his visits to war zones, prisons, and favelas sent a clear message that the church must go to the margins. His historic outreach to other faiths, including groundbreaking gestures toward Muslim, Jewish, and indigenous communities, helped to heal centuries of division and inspire interfaith solidarity. Whether washing the feet of prisoners or calling for greater acceptance of LGBTQ plus people, he challenged tradition, not for tradition's sake, but for the sake of love, inclusion, and human dignity. As noted in his funeral mass homily, Pope Francis placed his gospel of mercy at the center, repeatedly emphasizing that God never tires of forgiving us. Two of his most common phrases were, "Build bridges, not walls," and "Do not forget to pray for me." While his papal encyclical, Fratelli Tutti, called us all to see one another as family, it is verse 231 of Laudato Si that particularly highlights LA County's culture of care. Love, overflowing with small gestures of mutual care, is also civic and political. and it makes itself felt in every action that seeks to build a better world. Love for society and commitment to the common good are outstanding expressions of charity, which affects not only relationships between individuals, but also macro relationships, social, economic, and political ones. His personal foundation, Escolas Ocurrentes, developed a special relationship with LA. Pelota de Trapo programs of encounter with young people as he sees youth not as our future, but our present, something that I love, not our future, but our present. Pope Francis is survived by the global Catholic community he guided and the enduring values he championed: compassion, humility, justice, and a deep love for humanity and our shared planet. We all adjourn today in honor of Pope Francis, El Papa del Pueblo, and give thanks for his devoted service, solidarity, and sacredness for every human soul. I believe all members. Supervisor Hahn? Oh, Supervisor Solis, I'm sorry, and then Supervisor Hahn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath for submitting this adjournment. Alongside with all the board, I want to join the millions across Los Angeles County and around the globe in mourning the passing of Pope Francis. As the first pope from Latin America and a Jesuit, he brought a fresh, deeply human perspective to the Catholic Church and to this world. His papacy was defined by compassion, humility, and fearless moral clarity. He called on all of us to confront poverty, preserve our planet, protect the LGBT community, and uplift the dignity of women, both within the church and throughout our society. He also said, if we want to lead, we can't all be shepherds. We have to be in the fields. We have to be on the ground and smell like the sheep. And that is a profound statement. His words and actions resonate far beyond the walls of anyone's faith. He was not only a spiritual shepherd to Catholics, but a moral voice for all of humanity, urging us to see the divine in each and every one of us and to act with kindness and justice. I was present during his historic address to a joint meeting of Congress on September 24, 2015, the first by any pontiff at the invitation of then Speaker Nancy Pelosi. A day before, I joined a mass that Pope Francis led at the Basilica of the National Shrine at the Immaculate Conception, along with my husband, Sam. But I will never forget also the privilege I had of seeing him at the White House, there alongside President Barack Obama, before a forum of many, many people on the White House lawn. It was deeply moving, warm, and the humility that he presented, I will never forget. I remember Pope Francis not only for his extraordinary leadership, but for his enduring legacy of mercy, justice, and hope. And I was happy to at least greet him in the Capitol. And my words to him were, Viva Papa, which means Viva the Pope. May his kindness and light continue to guide all of us. Thank you so much for the opportunity to add my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really want to thank Supervisor Horvath for thinking of adjourning our meeting in honor of Pope Francis. He was, for 1.4 billion Catholics, he was their spiritual leader, their Holy Father, but he reached millions of hearts far beyond the Catholic Church with his words on the greatest challenges that we face in our world, from war to poverty to climate change to the marginalization of the LGBTQ plus people. I also had the honor of being present for his address to a joint session of Congress. Speaker Boehner had invited him and felt like that was the one thing he always wanted to do, was to have a pontiff address Congress. And as you remember, Speaker Boehner resigned the next day after the Pope addressed Congress. But I had the honor of being on the aisle when he came down to the House floor, and we were given strict instructions to not speak to him, to not touch him, to not make any effort to address him, and I, of course, violated all 3 of those instructions. And when he passed by, I reached out to him and I said, "Welcome to Congress, Your Eminence." And he smiled at me, and I have a great photo. Everybody else was obeying the rules, and that, you know, so I think he was happy to have somebody, you know, say hello to him. But his message that morning to us was about the golden rule. He talked about do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And I was struck by his humility, his kindness, and I thought at that time in Congress, it's exactly the message that we all needed to hear, and certainly one we should strive by every single day. And I'm so pleased that Supervisor Horvath represented the County of Los Angeles at the Vatican for Pope Francis' funeral. She carried with her a 5-signature in memoriam scroll from all of us to present at the Vatican on our behalf. So I'm really pleased that she was able to represent us. So thank you again, and may Pope Francis rest in peace.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. With that, we don't need a motion on that. It'll, as ordered, adjourn in Pope Francis's memory.
So we now go into closed session.
Okay, would you please read us into closed session?
So members of the board will now be going to closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Solis has a video presentation celebrating Dolores Huerta Day. Supervisor Horvath has a video presentation recognizing May Foster Care Awareness Month. And Supervisor Hahn has a presentation recognizing Rick Olson Live Concert Event. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS4, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, 2 cases. Item number CS5, public employee performance evaluation. And item number CS6, conference with labor negotiators, Visa Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
I met Rick Olson at my church, First Presbyterian Church in San Pedro, when Rick found his way to Rancho Los Amigos and got the care and the therapy he needed. And I was so pleased that he was here. The doctors and the nurses at Rancho Los Amigos gave him such great care. But it was soon after that that I thought it would be interesting if he would give back to this community by having a piano concert.
I'm the CEO here at Rancho. What a special treat that we got to have one of our former patients, Rick Olson, here.
Hi, my name is Rick Olson. So I had my rehab here at Rancho, and they treated me very well. And even just 2 months ago, I had pins in my arms and everything. I went to play the little electric keyboard in the therapy room, and I could hardly play. I was sitting in a wheelchair. I'd like to thank Janice Hahn and Kanita Wilkes. They both came to visit me, and the rest of the staff here, and Carlos, the birthday boy, and his dog Vito.
And this is the second annual, Dolores Huerta Day in the County of Los Angeles. So it is, I think, a major milestone for us here at the county to be able to do this, because we don't often get to celebrate a living legend and somebody who continues at 95 to inspire us. Sometimes women are portrayed in the background, as you know. And for a long time, I think people thought that it was all just, Cesar, which is great. But guess what? Guess who was pushing up the mountain and holding up the fort? And a lot of it had to do with Dolores Huerta, her tenacity, because she would even work
around some of the other labor groups that weren't as astute about wanting to help farm worker women and farm workers. That's the truth. And because of her valor, I know that she changed the day for us in Sacramento. And people remember that. I remember that. The fact of the matter is that Dolores is strong. She knows and cares, has a lot of courage, but she also has very strong convictions. And that's what I love about her, because she's never changed. She's never let us down in any way, and she continues to fight for us.
I want to say that you have such great leadership here. I mean, when we think about what's happening in Washington, D.C., and we have people like Hilda Solis and people like Janice Hahn, you know, that are the leaders here in Los Angeles County. I just think that this is something we have to really celebrate. It takes a lot of courage to do the work that all of you are doing right now, you know, because we're all having to kind of make ourselves even stronger, you know, for the next 4 years. Hopefully in 2 years we'll be able to get more people to the Congress so that we can kind of stop the madness that's happening in Washington, D.C. So, but in the meantime, we know that we all have to stay really strong, and you know, regardless of what happens, we got to stay together. We've got to stay together. We've got to work together. And thank God that we have this great leadership that you have here in the Board of Supervisors. Okay, well, people like Ms. Hahn, Janice Hahn, and Hilda Solis. So I want to say a big old viva for Hilda, everybody. Viva Hilda Solis. Viva! Viva Janice Hahn. Viva! Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Horvath, your LA County Supervisor for the 3rd District. May is National Foster Care Awareness Month, a time to recognize the incredible role foster families play in changing young people's lives for the better. Foster families are so critical to the growth, development, and well-being of our young people entrusted to the county's care. This month, consider how you can make a difference in the life of a young person by opening up your heart and possibly even your home to a young person who needs you. A safe and supportive foster experience can help give a child the important sense of connection and belonging that will have a lasting impact. To learn more about fostering a child, visit fosterkidsla.org. Thank you for being a part of Foster Care Awareness Month.
All right. Executive Officer, can you please read us out of closed session?
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on April 29th, 2025. On items numbers CS1 through CS3, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, no reportable actions were taken. On item number CS4, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, 3 cases. And in an open session, 1 case was continued 1 week to May 6, 2025. No reportable action was taken on the other cases. Item number CS5, public employee performance evaluation, no reportable action was taken. And item number CS6, conference with labor negotiators, Thesia Davenport and designated staff, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned until the board meeting on May 6, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.